this view from Mogbelli's helmet camera as she works to remove the MLI, or multi-layer insulation cover, from the RFG. You also heard McLean reference the SASA, that's the S-band antenna subassembly.
And Jaws, as you're accessing the RFG, this will be our first look at that Z93 paint. If you have any words on the condition of it, or if you see any flaking, just let us know.
Okay, copy. I'll take a good look. So far, it looks pretty good.
Copy.
Now at 4 hours and 45 minutes into the spacewalk, O'Hara has completed the trundle bearing assembly removal, lubrication, and replacement, and has reinstalled the solar array rotary joint thermal cover. She'll now move to help Mogbelli on this radio frequency group work. Again, 2 crew members, Steve Bowen and Sultan Al-Nayati, worked to remove this earlier this year, but ran into some unexpected issues. The crew today will not be able to remove it either, but are putting it in a good configuration for removal on a future spacewalk.
Some words for both of you while you're working those steps. JAWS CP8, we just got a good checkout on it. The pan and tilt is working. We're not seeing any of the problematic areas that we did before. So nice work on the cable.
Awesome, good news. Nice job.
Laurel, for you, big picture, the steps that JAWS is working through are mostly one-person tasks, and so for your next steps, we're going to have you take that large ORU bag all the way back to the airlock and then stow it inside the airlock and get the bolt puller on the way. And also on the way, we're going to have you do the SETA brake handle get ahead.
Okay, copy.
As was shared with the crew members, the tasks that Jasmine Mobelli is working on right now don't require a second set of hands. Therefore, Laurel O'Hara is going to move to working on a get-ahead task.
Long wire tie is still fully installed on the clamshell.
It is.
Good news.
Is that a good view?
That's a great view.
As McBelly works to prepare the RFG for removal on a future spacewalk, O'Hara is moving to the starboard portion of the International Space Station to work on the CETA, or Crew Equipment in Translation Aid, cart. She's going to be reconfiguring a brake handle at that location.
Alright, I have the TDA bag on my ERT.
Okay, copy, Laurel. One good last look at the work site, make sure everything's picked up, and you'll go to translate inboard and retrieve your green hook below the FHRC at mile marker 9180.
Copy. Work site looks good and clear. I'm picking up my waist tether. Translating inboard.
Copy.
We're in another satellite handover and will regain communications with the space station shortly.
At my green hook location.
Copy. And we just came out of a handover, but I think I copied Laurel saying you have your green hook.
I do.
Okay, you go to translate inboard to the CETA brake handle location. This is the starboard CETA cart on the portinator brake handle.
Okay. And I said I just got my green hook location. I'm now picking up my green.
Okay, copy, Laurel. Thanks.
I've got my green hook back on my red reel.
Okay, we understand you have a green hook, and we do have video back. I see you at 3651.
And that adjustable is now tight around the clamshell as well.
Okay, copy, Jaws. So you can work that MLI back, and reminder, it kind of moves to the back, and then we're going to roll it, and then use the large hook, and there are some soft tether points that are just inside the bolted side of the MLI on the RFG, and that large hook from 8007 goes over the MLI and can kind of tack it down.
Okay, copy.
Laurel, so you going inboard. Reminder, as you go past the port seat of cart, that we'd like you to depress the seat of brake handles a couple of times on the port seat of cart as you make your way to the starboard one.
Copy.
And sorry, just to clarify, that's the brake release pedals, not the handles.
Copy. Mara marker 816.
Copy. And 7890, Laurel, is about where you'll start running into port seat of cart.
Okay, I'm at the port seat of cart.
Copy. You can just depress the brake release pedals twice and continue inboard to the starboard seat of cart.
Copy. That's two presses on the port seat of cart. Alright, I'm at the starboard seat of cart.
Okay, copy. You're at the starboard seat of cart. So just to orient you to the work site, on the nadir port brake handle, you'll see is bent over at a 90-degree angle-ish.
See it?
All right. And I think it is about exactly 90. Yep, so we're going to straighten it, slide the collar over. You're going to straighten it, then slide the collar over the joint, and then you're going to rotate that collar to engage the pin in the jig groove.
Wait.
All right, and then we'll just point that brake toward the MT. That took just a little less time than the TBA.
Slightly. Okay, and that's pointed towards the MT. Do we have a heck of view or any camera view?
We can, and
Pointed,
that's we are.
It's still below the feeder rail, but pointed towards it.
Yep, and that's a great config, Laurel.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, and that's MLI is tended back.
Okay, Jaws, and we hear that the MLI is tended back.
Yeah, affirms you have a view.
Okay, and do you have a good view of the aft side of the RFG where those wedge clamps are?
Stand by one.
Copy, and for Laurel, you're heading back to the airlock, picking up the bolt pullers that are on the toolbox on the way.
Okay. Copy. Okay, I'm looking at I can see 4 of them clearly. The center one is hard to see.
Okay, and what we're looking for, we'd like an inspection on the status of RTV on those wedge clamp nuts.
Sorry to pull the MLI back for the nuts, correct?
And yes, there is an MLI that goes around the mounting plate.
EV1, I'm just on the port side of the seated cart now. I'm going to get my TBA bag into a really better config. I start heading major.
Okay, we copy.
Now over 5 hours into today's spacewalk, Jasmine McBelly, whose camera view you have on the left, and you can see there, is wearing the red stripes as EV1 today, continues work on the RFG, the radio frequency group. It was planned to be removed in this spacewalk, however, the spacewalkers will configure it for removal on a future EVA. Meanwhile, NASA's Laurel O'Hara has completed a get-ahead task on a crew equipment and translation aid cart.
Alright. My waist tether. Staying back under the cart. Copy.
Additionally, today the crew has removed and replaced the Trundle bearing assembly.
And I don't know if you've got a good heck of view, but I would say it's probably the overestimate pace of RTV.
Okay, yeah, we don't have a good view just because it's night. It's a little bit dark, but if you can do photos, if there's some flash on there, and any descriptive words, we will definitely take.
Copy. about 1 centimeter depth of RTV on each one, and just fully wiped.
Okay, copy, Johns. We are going to have you try.
Can you guys tell me about?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ann. I can hold for a second.
Okay, I was just going to let Jaws know we are going to have you try to remove some of that RTV. So if you want to go to the crew lock bag R and pick up the EVA needle nose pliers.
Okay, I'll just get some photos first.
As McBelly is at the...
If it's doable, you can get both the needle nose pliers and the dyno cutters. Otherwise, we think maybe the needle nose pliers may be sufficient.
Copy.
McBelly is now at the RFG, the radio frequency group. Again, we were looking to remove this today. However, she is going to start that process by removing some RTV. This is a liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature.
A tether snarl as I'm coming down the seat. Big back. Snap.
Okay, copy, Laurel.
Here. Oh, and it looks like mine on that same MLI. Again. I'm going to continue heading.
Copy, Laurel. And we did know when Jaws tacked down her safety tether on 252 on the top of the lab, there was a loop of safety tether on some MLI on one of the struts, and that might be what you're seeing too.
Yes. There's an open TA plant that it was snagged on.
We copy.
And for those needle nose pliers, you just want them on me?
Yes, you can just stow them on your MWS.
And track. Okay, and I might go to start trying to remove this, or?
Yeah, so for the words, we think if you use the meaty part of the pliers instead of the end, then hopefully it'll come off in kind of a bigger chunk, and you want to have your trash bag ready to place any remnants in.
Okay, copy. Okay, and confirm this plan is still for me to stow this TDA bag at the Airlock?
Yes, you'll be picking up the dyno cutters and, the bolt pullers that are on that toolbox, and we're going to stow both the large ORU bag and the bolt pullers back in the airlock.
Okay, copy. And there's no reason I need to transfer this to me, right? I can leave it on the to-go rack.
Yeah, Jazz, that's no problem. If they can reach and stay tethered to the bag, that's fine.
Okay, copy.
On the right side of your screen is Laurel O'Hara's camera view. She has moved back to the airlock. She'll be stowing a bag there and picking up some new tools. Jasmine Mogbelli is going to be starting the RTV removal. That's room temperature vulcanizing. It is the liquid silicone rubber that solidifies at room temperature. And removing this RTV should make it easier to remove the entire radio frequency group on a future spacewalk.
Hey, Laurel, I see you. Okay, can you see my tether pack? Standby one. Yeah, it's up. I see it. Yeah, it's going behind your legs and right under your split. Okay, that's what I thought. I think if I go straight down to the airlock, though, I can clear that. Stand by. I actually don't have a good view right now. No, because it's not on the back of your foot. So I'm not going to be able to twist to get rid of it. I don't think so. I mean, if you can get your legs under it, yeah. Alright, so the bolt cutters are on and adjustable, and I am ready to do one of the D-rings on the adjustable, and so I'm just going to release one of the hooks.
Copy, we concur.
And I will just send it down to the airlift.
For both of your awareness, we're about 1 minute from a handout, and we're sitting just over 5 hours at PET. Hard to determine ahead and behind since we're kind of in different procedures, and we're talking about what we'll do for the remainder of the time, but the limiting consumable is still EV2 battery.
Copy.
And Jazz, if you need to lock out that ret so you don't get the pull on the tools, you can.
Five hours and 15 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And we're back with you both after the handover. We don't have a video yet, but we're tracking Jaws working the RTV and Laurel getting back to the airlock to stow the tools. For big picture for you all, we have about 40 to 45 minutes to work with the RFG. So Laurel, when you stow those items in the airlock, we'll have you go and assist Jaws over at the RFG. And what we'd like to do is get as much data as we can. If we can get the RTV removed, that's a win. If we can get the RFG wrench and the ratchet wrench out and try to undo some of the bolts, that would also be a win. So any of the data we can gather about the RFG task would be great.
Copy. Okay, I'm back at the airlock and ready to open the thermal cover.
You are go to open the thermal cover.
O'Hara is back at the airlock. She will stow an orbital replacement unit bag inside before moving to the RFG, the radio frequency group, where McBelly is currently working.
And you said to use the thicker part?
Yeah, what we're thinking about when we tried this on the ground was that if you use kind of the thicker part of the needle nose pliers instead of the end, that it's more likely to come off in one big chunk rather than a bunch of little pieces.
Okay, it's pretty hard to have my trash bag out, and I'm like pretty nervous about my TGT hitting the low gain here.
Jaws, can you just give us a status? Have you been able to pull any of the RTV off?
No, I've tried on a couple, but nothing has come off.
Okay, we copy.
are you still at the airlock? Yes. Copy. The Trundle bag is in the airlock. And I'm dropping the bolt cutters off here as well, right?
That's correct. The bolt pullers will stay in the airlock. But speaking of cutters, for jaws, we think that maybe if you try the dyno cutters, we may have a little better luck on the RTV.
Yeah, and when I tried the dyno cutters during the OSB the other day, it was really hard to get a grip at all on them and have any sort of accuracy.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get in a better body positioning here.
Copy. And if you have any recommendations,
it's hard to get in a position where I'm not hitting.
Yeah, that makes sense. And if you can't get to the perfect spot, any words that you have that can help us develop this one for the next time, we'll definitely take, whether there's a tool you wish you had or a body position that you wish you could get into.
I mean, I do think if were in the arm and more stable, it would potentially be possible. But right now, I think even if I drop a CRT, I'm afraid I'm going to hit this low gain antenna.
Okay, we copy.
I'm kind of wedged between this, the whip extender and the high gain. And then, I mean, if I stow my trash bag, at least it's not sticking out. But then I have nowhere to put the RTV.
Copy, and Laurel's just getting out of the airlock, and I'll be over there in a minute if she could assist in either doing the cutters or holding a trash bag.
Okay, copy. And do you have a good view now on the Hecka?
We do. It's not quite the angle that gives us a good insight onto the RTV and the bolts.
Okay. But now?
Yeah, we're looking, Jaws. Okay, hey, Jaws, we're thinking that we'd like to see if we can fit check the RFG wrench. So that is in the crew lock bag, and especially on that middle one, that's a little bit of a challenge to access. We're wondering if you could get the RFG wrench out of the crew lock bag and give us a good fit check on that middle bolt.
Copy. Let me just try one more time with the RTV from this location. I don't have my trash bag out. Okay, EV2, I've got the bolt pullers out in the airlock. Copy. And one of the UIA, half UIA ring. I need to figure out this tether snarl before I head that way, I think. unless there's a clean way for me to clear it en route. Jazz, I might need... Do you need me to come look? I might. Okay. Bye. Okay, Laurel, I can see, I think if you rotate, yaw to your left, okay, and just yaw all the way around. Copy. I was thinking it might be easy to do in here. Okay, I see your tether coming up. Now you should see it off your left. Crossing, I think it's crossing. See it now? Right by the, it's just coming out the airlock. Yep, good. You look good. Okay, thanks. That. Okay, down, so I'll grab the RFG wrench. And I'm still not seeing it in a good, you're not? Hang on. Back. Got my green tether reel right in front of me. Yeah, I see it off your left side, under your BRT, your tether pack. Is it trapped in my BRT, or? Rotate towards your head, like roll. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. If you bring your left arm, yeah, it's under your BRT. So, rotate off by right. Okay. That'll clear it. And basically just keep doing that. So it comes. Okay, now do you see it? On your left side? Clear? Yeah, but it should be on my right side. It's coming in front of your body and under your BRT, that's all. So, okay.
So Laurel, it may,
now from this view, but
for Laurel, it may give you a little bit of space if you want to translate a little bit away from your anchors. We see the thermal cover closed.
Okay.
We're just going to be cleaning up from here. Jaws is not too far behind you, and as you translate away, you might be able to clean that up a little bit. It may also help if you undo your BRT from its stowed position. Jaws, if you want to translate over and help her clear that, but big picture, what we're going to be doing is just cleaning up the MLI on the RFG, and then we're going to be picking up the fair lead on top of the lab and then ingressing.
Copy. Okay, copy. I see, yeah. Yeah, if you unstill your BRT, Laurel, okay, and pull it, kind of up and forward, okay? Sorry, I can't see now that you've rotated. Oh. If you come back to the you do that, I think you'll be able to see it. Oh yeah, I see it. It was caught in my DRT. Okay, yeah, it's clear now. So, I think I need to undo my DRT. Thanks. I think I've got it from here, though. Okay, copy.
And
can you say one more time? Do you want me to try an RFG wrench before I pack this bag?
no, we're just going to pack up that bag, but we would like to ask you for a couple of photos of that aft part of the RFG before you put the MLI back on, and then we'll get everything back into the crew lock bag, and then we'll kind of undo everything we did with the MLI, tacking those quarter turn fasteners back down, moving the AET, and then we'll be heading back in.
Okay, copy. Right, and EV2 is back in a good config.
Excellent, Laurel. Nicely done. So if you want to assist with the RFG cleanup and getting the MLI back over, you're welcome to translate out to the nadir side of ESP2.
Copy.
Yep, so just for next steps, Jaws will have you take a few of those pictures. We don't need an inventory of the bag. We just like a visual confirmation that all the tools are stowed back in the bag. And then Laura will have you and Jaws both do the MLI on the RFG, reset that to a good position, and then Laurel can take the crew lock bag back to the airlock, and Jaws can go pick up her adjustable on the top of the lab and head back to the airlock.
Copy. Copy. I have arrived at RFG. Copy. Ben, just at your head. What's that? I said I'm just at your head. Oh, okay, I see you. So what would be helpful to do? Are you able to go through that gap? Yes, I think so. You go that way and start working the MLI. Actually, are you going to get photos from where you are? I need to get farther away. I could take some photos here.
In this view, Jasmine McBelly, EV1, is up toward the top of the screen with the red stripe on her spacesuit.
Just a reminder to reinstall that mounting plate MLI before the larger MLI.
Copy.
Laurel O'Hara, who is EV2 today, is down toward the middle of the screen wearing no stripes on her suit. Both crew members are now at the RFG, the radio frequency group.
Tether back that way.
And correction to my last, after the photos, you do not need to install that mounting plate to MLI, just the large tent.
Okay, copy. I got some far out photos. Copy.
The crew members will soon begin wrapping up for the day, now 5 hours and 37 minutes into the spacewalk.
I will head between the SSRMS elbow. Chair C. What you're thinking? Yeah. And I'll release this large small. And does the adjustable need to go back onto the MLI?
Yeah, affirmative, so that where you took it off of the MLI tent, we'll have that hook go back to the MLI and cinch it down.
Okay, copy. Guys, it's a little, well, it's what? Oh, that translation? I got it. My safety tether is going under it. My arm is way too loose, and so guys, I think this is a tight translation path. I'm going to come around. Okay, copy. The nominal way, like for the ahead me going for the procedure. Yeah, that sounds good. Now I'll move this way. Probably doable.
And Laurel, when you get a chance, I forgot to ask you, when you egress the airlock to do a safer handle check, we can see your left one is down, but if you can do a right safer handle check for us, please.
Okay, copy. Down.
Copy, good check, thanks. to work your way around the other side, and I can follow you on these. Yeah, that sounds good. I'm just going to try to get one on so it's big. Okay. Let me grab my Tether. Okay, I'm around the turning pin.
Coming up on 5 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started at 7:05 a.m. Central Time, Jasmine McBelly is reinstalling some multi-layer insulation covering over the RFG. That's the radio frequency group. The crew members are essentially wrapping up their tasks for today and will begin starting to move toward the airlock soon.
Okay, 2 of the 4 are done on this side. Okay, copy. I'm going to get these 3. I got 2 on this side. Copy. Did they turn all the way? Yeah, they should turn quarter turn. You've got to get it right in the middle.
And it's tricky. Yeah. I'll be started, but not actually all the way to quarter. You know, I'm underneath.
And Laurel, from your current position, you may have a target of opportunity in front of you to do the AET repositioning that's on the side of the clamshell. It's kind of off your left shoulder right now.
Copy.
Nice work on those quarter turn fasteners. That's an exciting task at the end of a long EVA, but you guys are doing great.
Okay, I've got one more. The 3, I've done 3 total. And I might. My comm cap or the headband is starting to slide over my eyes. Okay, are you still good? You can still see? I can still see.
Okay, you may be able to kind of push it up by putting your back on the back of the helmet.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay, for Laurel, we'd like you to pick up the crew lock bag that's by your right hand, and you can start heading back toward the airlock.
Copy.
And if you have any issues seeing, or if it falls over your eyes a little bit more, we want you to put down a local wherever you are.
Copy. Laurel, sorry, Jess. No, it's okay. Just what's the status on that side? There are 2 done and 1 is still just in line. Which one? The one on your right side or your left? The one the farthest on my right. Okay, copy. Alright, I'll see you back at the airlock, Laurel. Okay. Okay, and the 3, which side am I on right now? The 3 on this side are done, and?
Okay, we copy. So the AET moving up by your right hand, we see you getting the Velcro there.
Okay, yeah, the AET I'll do from the other side.
Okay. And can you confirm you got that large small red that we used to tie back the MLI?
Just the large end is released. I did not get the small. I have not retrieved it yet.
Okay, so that small end is still on the frame handrail.
Yes, that's correct. Unless Laurel got it, which I don't believe she did.
Okay, we'll probably have you pick that up, Jaws, as Laurel's picking up that crew lock bag.
Okay, copy.
Jasmine McBelly continues to secure the multi-layer insulation on the RFG. Laurel O'Hara is picking up a crew lock bag down at the bottom of your screen. Once she picks that bag up, she'll start heading into the airlock.
And Laurel, if you see that headband getting worse at all, then just let us know, and we'll go direct back to the airlock, and Jaws can get the crew lock bag.
Okay, copy. I've got the crew lock bag now.
Okay, nice work. And it is a short translation if you want to just leave it tended to you. Your choice.
Okay, I will do that. Have my local picked up. Copy. Found the onion bearing.
And we are in an expected satellite handover. The International Space Station is currently flying 260 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean.
Dan?
And we are back with you after the handover.
Okay, copy. Adjusting the adjustable equipment tether is back on the MLI loop.
Copy, nicely done. And so we just need to pick up that large small ret from the handrail, and then give a good work site survey, make sure we haven't left any tools or tethers out anywhere.
And there's still, I believe there's still 3 quarter turn fasteners, so two of the 4 on this side, which I'm working on right now. There's one. Almost.
Okay, we copy, good catch.
And then that one on the starboard side that Laurel had a hard time with. I'm at the airlock.
Copy.
Copy, Laurel.
And we just got video
I
back.
think
So for Laurel, as you get to the airlock, you'll open up the hatch thermal cover and ingress and attach your waist tether to the airlock D-ring extender. And you can stow that crew lock bag in the airlock.
Okay. Then the plan for me is to stay in there.
That is correct, and Giles will be joining you here in just a few minutes.
Okay, copy. Okay, and those 2 are done.
Okay, we copy, Giles. And Laurel, as you go in, you may want to tuck your PGT a little bit tighter to the right side of your body to get in through the hatch.
Copy. Let's see. Others here.
And it may be easier to do on the way in to get a waist tether on the airlock D-ring extender, and we'll need gate closed, hooks locked.
Copy. And, Laurel, that's, the small quarter turn fastener that you were not able to get, that
that's the one closest to where it touches, right? I remember that one being tough to get off. Yes. Is it partially engaged? It is not. Okay. For Jaws, right waist tether on the debrief. Okay, and confirm hooks and hooks locked. Okay, close lock. Copy. Black on black. We see that. You are go to ingress and pull that crew lock bag in for Jaws. If we can't get that last quarter turn fastener, just do us a favor and make sure that there's no gaps in the MLI or holes letting some sunlight in, and we are go to leave that one unfastened. Okay, copy. And I'm just gonna stay put here and not move. Copy, Laurel. Copy, Laurel.
The beautiful blue Pacific Ocean below Jasmine Mogbelli here, as she works on the RFG, the radio frequency group.
I thought I could go through this way, but I think I'll have to go back around. Okay, and we do not need all of those fasteners, but you just need to grab that large small that should be right next to your right hand. Yeah, I've got the large small. You want me to go back around and check on the quarter turn fastener? Well, do you know, was the MLI pretty tight? Like, on the side I was working on? Yeah, were there any gaps by where that quarter turn fastener was? No, it was tight. That's what was making it difficult to turn the quarter turn fastener, because you couldn't pull it tight enough. Yeah. You needed a little bit more slack in it to get the quarter turn fastener centered in the hole. Okay, and let me know if you're good with that, or if you want me to go back around. And we are good with that, Jaws. Thanks for the good check on that. So you can pick up the large small, and then we'll have you trace your path back to lab handrail 252. Okay, and I've already got the large small. Copy. You're go to translate back.
6 hours since the spacewalk started today at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. Jasmine Mogbelli is heading back to the airlock to reunite with Laurel O'Hara, already inside, as they prepare for final ingress and repressurization.
Hey, I'm translating up the scanner on the lab. Copy, we see you. Your only other task after you pick up your adjustable is to come up the lab struts. You'll come across face 1, and when you're on the starboard CETA cart, we're going to have you depress those brake handles. The brake handle releases, and then before you head back to the airlock. Okay, copy. Okay, I'm back at my adjustable. I see that crew lock bag outside. Two? Well, it's the crew lock bag I picked up. I thought it followed me in here. Oh, but it's outside the airlock.
And Laurel, we can have Jaws push that in when she gets there.
Push that in too. Okay.
As McBelly heads back to the airlock, a recap of what was accomplished on today's spacewalk. McBelly started by removing the H fixture in preparation.
Just retrieving my adjustable equipment tether from the fairlead.
McBelly started today by removing an H fixture, which will allow for future installation of an IROSA, or a rollout solar array. Meanwhile, O'Hara removed a trundle bearing assembly. The team encountered some difficulties, and McBelly was able to assist in that task. O'Hara then placed lubricant around the solar array rotary joint before installing a new trundle bearing assembly. The solar array rotary joints help turn the solar arrays to the sun to gather power for the space station. McBelly also reconfigured an Ethernet cable to bring it closer to the station structure, and ground teams confirmed they're not seeing any issues they'd previously been experiencing when moving a camera in that area. O'Hara completed a get-ahead of reconfiguring the starboard crew equipment translation aid cart brake handle. The crew then turned their focus to the radio frequency group. It was not fully removed as planned, but surveying that area has put it in a good configuration and helps the team better understand what can be done to remove it on a future spacewalk.
And Laurel, just for awareness, are you able to see all of the UIA switches, buttons, and lights? Am. Copy, good news, thanks. Just a precarious position where either the headband or, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but where the comm cap is just sitting kind of on top of my eyes. Okay, copy. Yeah, so we'll preserve up off my eyes. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we copy. So we'll just have you stay still as possible as long as you can see the UA switches. That was our biggest question. And Giles will be back. She's just leaving the lab now, so she should be back your way in a minute. Copy. Thank you. I guess this
large, small ret out of my way. Okay, I'm leaving the lab.
Copy, Jaws.
Okay, I'm coming under the MT. Oh, I came up.
Copy.
I'm at the wrong step.
Got some great views of you.
Copy.
And as you come to the seater cart, for the brake pedals, 2 pumps a day keeps the myrrh away. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Okay, coming down. Later.
Copy.
Yeah, I'm gonna see this for. Yeah, on the toolboxes.
Copy. As you come down to the airlock, thermal cover's already open, so we'll make sure that that crew lock bag gets tended back up into the airlock, and then we'll go through the safety tether swap.
Copy.
And we don't need to do any disconnections or anything on the bag, just making sure that it's in and out of your way.
Okay, copy. Okay, I've got a local down. And Laurel, the bag's coming to you. Okay, copy.
All right, for Johns, we have a good safety or waste tether check for Laurel, and so you can RET2 EV2's anchor hook on the forward external D-ring and release it.
Good copy.
And you're going to be hooking that anchor hook to your waste tether and ensuring that the gates close, sliders lock.
Copy. Okay, I can see my waste tether is closed, hook lock black on black on my D-ring extender.
Copy? Okay, that is to my left waist tether. Copy, and we'll want those gates closed, sliders locked. Okay, gate closed, slider lock on both. Copy, you can release your ret from the hook, and then you can release your own anchor from the aft external D-ring and stow it and ingress. Copy, and work. Okay, mine is released. Okay, Laura, are you ready for me to come in? I am ready. I've got eyes on, there's one crew lock bag, it's a hatchway, which I'm sure you can see, and then the TVA bag is kind of in the same place it was when we left. Okay, I'm coming in feet first, right, and do my... your feet, I feel your feet. Looking good. Okay, I see your waist ring. Been hitting, let me tuck in. He is tucked in. Okay, and I get the thermal cover. Yep, good call. As you ingress, we'll close that thermal cover, and whenever you have a free hand, you can turn off your HECA. Copy.
As Mobility prepares to close the thermal cover, if you look down to the bottom left of the screen,
you'll release the hook from the stowage tether point and attach it to the magnetic plate D-ring and cinch until 6 lines visible. Copy. And Laura, let's see.
this thermal cover being closed right now is not the airlock hatch itself. That opens inward. We had a view for a moment from Jasmine Mobility's helmet camera. Once this thermal cover is secured,
let me get my HECA. Copy, and we'll just make sure HECA is off. Copy, and we'll just make sure that magnet is engaged, and then release the hook and move it over to the plate, magnetic plate D-ring. Copy. Do I need to take my HECA off? And Laurel, yes, we will have you push your HECA off as well.
with the airlock thermal cover closed,
Putting it to the right thing, so... Oh, this comes in, there we go. That's like, where did it go?
the crew members have been informed they can turn off their helmet cameras.
The magnetic plate D-ring, and then cinch until 6 lines visible.
And we are in a satellite handover. We'll regain that comm shortly. Both crew members are now inside the airlock. The spacewalk is not officially complete until repressurization begins.
A little bit? Yeah, did that tip it to clear a bit? Yeah. Here, and I'm gonna push it a little further so I can get lower. Okay. Okay, yeah, I've got it on, but it's twisted, so let me fix that. Okay, copy.
As Laurel and Jasmine work their way through procedures in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, ESA astronaut Andy Mogensen and JAXA astronaut Satoshi Furukawa will begin working in the equipment lock portion.
have 6 Sharpies. The magnetic plate doesn't really... Oh, there it goes. Now it's engaged. Okay, for both of you, you can remove your SCUs from the stowage pouch, remove your DCM cover and Velcro to the DCM, and connect your SCUs. Laurel, if this motion is going to cause the headband to kind of block your view, then just let us know, please.
Copy. Laurel, I'm going to need to get further port. Okay. Let me get this on.
And Jaws, this is where sometimes hooking your end effector to that internal handrail and kind of holding yourself port is sometimes helpful.
Copy in work right now. Thank you. I'm not sure what you're hitting.
And for Laurel, if you wouldn't mind pushing your HECA button one more time for us.
That. And EB2 has my SC connected. Jaws, what do you need? What are my, not sure what my feet are hitting. And do you see my pouch? Oh, there.
Your feet are hitting the ceiling or the top of the airlock culock.
Good copy.
And that communication coming from inside the space station, Andy Mogensen now back in touch with the crew.
And then right now you're on the umbilical, the SCU.
Yeah, I know. I need to get more ports. And I'm sure.
You've got Laurel's umbilical between your legs.
Okay, that's not convenient. Okay, if I go back to starboard. Able to clear that? Can you see it, Laurel? You can't.
Can you bring your left foot down? Bend of the knee, and pull it back. Just the left one. Now,
Okay.
now you've trapped it between your 2 feet.
Laurel, are you able to push those bags a little so I can see? Fine. Okay, Andy, so I've got my left leg bent.
If you can pull your left leg down towards you, bend the knee and pull it towards you, you can and try to put and back at the same time. It's just on your toes now.
Like that?
I think so. I can't really see, but now you might have resolved it. Almost.
Andy, is there anything I can do?
No, it's kind of hard to see, but I think there's enough slack that if you just walk your feet back, I think you'll be okay. I mean, it'll be between your legs, but it shouldn't be the big deal.
I'm hitting something that maybe your blitz, Laurel, I don't know. Might be my. Can you rotate towards the other way, like against the wall? How about that?
You're hitting her bliss. That's what you're hitting. Your left foot is kicking her the bottom of her bliss.
Is that any better? Okay, I'm getting kind of penis, I think.
Oh, can you pull your feet down towards the hatch?
Yep, how about that? Just gonna see if I can get I just found me like trying to undo the Velcro to get this out. Looks like my foot is under an umbilical. gonna have enough room to move around to do the hatch off stuff? I'm not sure. Maybe work this first. Okay. You can pull the bags, it helps, yeah. That helps. Yeah, thank you.
And just for awareness, when Jaws, when you get the SCU connected, just because of backflow, Laurel, you may get an O2 use high message.
Okay. Okay, my SCU is on and locked.
Okay, copy. Reminder that you can increase cooling on the TCV to a higher number to minimize the risk of fogging. And you can switch your water off.
Copy.
Off OFF forward. Water off.
Adjust my TCV first. My water is off.
And was that Laurel for water off?
Water is off for Laurel.
Copy.
Okay, my TCV is set to 6, and water is coming off. Water's off.
Okay, copy. EV1 and EV2 have water off OFF, and we're going to hold here for 2 minutes. So I'm just going to take a quick second to tell you guys, really nice job on the EVA today. The highest priority task was completed. We haven't done checkout yet, but we'll update you when we do. We got the H fixture, we got the CP8 complete with a good checkout, we got a get ahead, and we got a lot of good info for the RFG. Congratulations to you both on your first EVAs. And most importantly, you and the whole team here safely executed a complex and international mission at the edge of what humans are capable of. Nicely done.
Thanks, Anne. I'd like to also thank the entire RFG Retrieval Part 2 EVA team, both on the ground and our crew members on board who helped prepare us. I'd also like to say that, leading up to today, and today is a reminder that space is pretty hard and difficult, and there were a lot of things we needed to adjust to, but the team flexed very well, yet remained steady and grounded, and we appreciate that. And I'd also like to thank my friends and family. This is a very special moment for me, going on my first spacewalk with a good friend and someone I really look up to, Laurel. So thank you for giving me this, and thank you to my friends and family. I really believe it takes a village, and I've got a strong village. Sam, thanks for taking care of everything back home. And Zelda and Estelle, Mommy loves you, and I hope this is a reminder that dreams can become reality. And Laurel, I know you'd like to say a few words as well. Those are awesome words, Josh. Thanks, Laurel. And I feel the same way about this spacewalk with you. And I just wanted to add my own huge thank you to everyone that helped prepare us for today, and not just for today, but all the way since we were at scans starting in 2017. Just to all of our systems and task instructors who we owe all of our knowledge to the suit engineers to ensure we have a safe suit, to all the MBL divers and MBL staff who have seen us in some of our best and also some of our toughest moments in our astronaut careers, and of course the increment team and the EVA team for putting all the pieces of the puzzle today to make this happen. You were all with us here every moment of today, and we really appreciate it. It's a great honor to get to represent you up here and to get to be a part of this team. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity and grateful for all the support, and I'm grateful to my family and friends as well for all the support they've had, especially my sister Caroline and Zena, who I've leaned on more heavily than most in the last 2 years.
So thank you all, and yeah, we really appreciate it. Good work today. All right, lots of smiles around the room. Thank you to you both. At this time, Jaws, you can verify that the outer hatch is clear of hardware. And verify...
Yeah, I still need to get into a better position.
Okay, copy.
We're now coming up on 6 hours and 30 minutes into the spacewalk.
We did just hear that the port sarge successfully drove, so nicely done to both of you guys.
Excellent. Okay, I can verify that it's clear of hardware.
Copy, verify the hatch handle is per the hatch decal.
And I still have something keeping me from going as a zenith. At zenith? Yeah, I need to get my head up so I can get the hatch, but... do you need the stuff that's below me so I can move my legs later? Yep, stand by. How's that? Getting better. Well, rotating around something. I think you're also on me in some ways because... Yeah, is that pulling you? Yeah. Don't know if it's my SCU or... Yeah, because I cannot get in the position right now. Any easier, I think my foot would... How far apart are my legs? Andy, are you still at the hatch?
Yep. I mean, you can come further. I think your plissus might be hitting each other at the bottom. So, Laurel, if you try to rotate...
Which way? For me to rotate.
Down and then look forward. Look station forward. So look to your right.
Oh. Sure.
Then try to pull yourself as close to the wall as possible. Jaws, if you roll to your right, then you should deconflict. You will deconflict your plissus.
Okay, copy. Let me get this.
We're about to have a handover. See you on the other side.
Copy.
And a handover right on time. The crew now at 6 hours and 32 minutes. The spacewalk clock continues to count as repressurization of the airlock hasn't begun just yet, but we heard some fantastic words from Ground IV and McLean mentioning that indeed this was a complex spacewalk, and McBelly and O'Hara reflecting on their time outside, as well as some special shout-outs at home.
You mean roll to my right? This way?
Yeah, roll to your right. And, yeah, like that.
But I'm still getting something. Need to get your head. There we go. I can start. Whatever I was on, I'm cleared up. Okay. Okay, it's in the black region.
Okay, so when you're ready, Jaws, when you can verify that that hatch handle position is per the decal, you're going to close and lock the hatch.
Yeah, it is per the decal. Fastener. A clear view of your seat now. Okay, the hatch is closed. I just need to close and lock it.
Copy. Understand the hatch is closed and locking is in work.
Okay, and just ahead. Okay, what did you say, Laurel? Oh, no, you're good. Keep going. Your place is just kind of right at my knees right now, so a heads up. Copy. Okay, it is latched, now just working on the lock. Stop.
And you may need to wiggle the handle a little bit in order to get that lock, Jaws.
Okay, thanks. My defector back down. I can go ahead and give you oxygen 1 and 2 valves are open.
Okay, copy. Thanks.
And there's not a set position it needs to be in, and this is just a pull down, push down, correct?
Yeah, and you may need to push it down, so it's got to be kind of perfectly aligned, and so you may have to kind of wiggle that handle and push down on the lock.
As hatch closure steps continue in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, this is a view inside the equipment lock portion. On the left is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa.
Supposed to be lined up with the black alignment marker on the decal.
Oh, even for the latch. Okay, that one, I see.
Yeah, the little black one.
Okay, it is locked.
Okay, we understand.
Closed and locked.
Hatch closed and locked. And Laurel already confirmed the oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are open, so Laurel, you can switch power EV1 and 2 to on ON and verify the LEDs are on ON. And volts between 18 and 19.
Okay, EV1 is on, standby. EV2 is on, and now EV2 and EV1 are both on.
Copy. Check that the LEDs, 2 of them are on, and the power volts are between 18 and 19.
Both LEDs are on, and volts are both 18.6.
Copy. At this time on your DCMs, you can both switch your powers to SCU and expect a warning tone.
Is SCU?
Copy. EV1 is SCU.
Affirm. Is SCU.
And
hello? V2 is to SCU.
okay, understand both EV1 and EV2 are to SCU. At this time, I'll hand you over to Andy for the rest of the repress.
Thanks, Ann. Thank you, Ann.
Well,
Hey, Andy.
Hey, Jaws and Laurel, welcome back. So we are going to begin crew lock repress. First, a warning: if you're on SOP, leave your O2 actuator in EV, but I don't think either of you are on SOP.
No.
So, on your DCM, take your O2 actuator to press and verify on your DCM that it says O2 actuator in press.
Mine is off. Okay, we're EV1 O2 is press.
Have you verified on the DCM?
Display? It says O2 pause press.
Excellent.
And alert.
And Jaws, you can check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
It is closed.
Copy?
Yeah, I'm in press.
Copy, Lowell, you're in press, and can you verify on your DCM that it displays press?
Affirm. It's O2.
Say again?
Affirm. Have a good display.
Copy. So we are ready to repress. I will crack the hatch equalization valve here and go slowly and let you know if I need to stop at any time, okay?
Okay. Copy.
Andy Mogensen, ESA astronaut in the center of the screen, now leading the crew members through the repressurization process. Standing by for repress to begin. And with repressurization beginning at 1:47 p.m. Central Time and the spacewalk starting at 7:05 a.m. Central Time today, that leads us to a 6-hour and 42-minute spacewalk, the first for Mogbelli and O'Hara. As repressurization continues, we will recap what
today's spacewalk entailed. As Ground Ivy and McLean said, a very complex spacewalk and a lot of great work accomplished. Mobelli completed removal of the H fixture in preparation for future installation of an IROSA, that's an International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. Meanwhile, O'Hara removed a trundle bearing assembly, lubricated the area on the solar array rotary joint, and installed a new trundle bearing assembly. The ground has since confirmed that to be a successful replacement, and the hardware is working properly. Mobelli reconfigured an Ethernet cable. The ground also confirmed that they are not seeing any issues they'd previously been experiencing when moving a camera in that area. And O'Hara was able to complete a get-ahead task, reconfiguring the starboard crew equipment translation aid.
An alert zone. And at 5 psi, I will stop repress and we'll do a leak check.
Copy. ISS, beacon. Copy. I'm showing airlock pressure 1.2. I think there was just a tone from it cycling back and forth. Right.
We're at 3 psi.
Copy. Copy.
PSI.
I got the tone.
One of the tasks slated for today's spacewalk was the removal of the RFG, a radio frequency group. It was previously attempted on a spacewalk earlier this year, and the teams ran into some trouble. That was not removed today. However, the site was inspected, and the teams here on the ground have a better understanding for what can be attempted for removal on a future spacewalk.
Okay, we're going to wait 2 minutes for the crew lock pressure to stabilize, and then we'll check the pressure over a minute.
Copy. Copy.
Repressurization continues in the crew lock, now at about 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi. Again, we're bringing that up to 14.7 to make it equal with what we experience here on Earth and with the rest of the International Space Station. As repress continues, let's take a look at some of the statistics from today's spacewalk. It started at 7:05 a.m. Central and ended at 1:47 p.m., meaning it was a 6-hour and 42-minute spacewalk. It is the 269th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. It's the 12th spacewalk from the space station this year and the second for Expedition 70. Total spacewalk time for Expedition 70 with one Roscosmos spacewalk and one US is 14 hours and 23 minutes total. It's the first spacewalk for both O'Hara and Nobeli. Again, total time of 6 hours and 42 minutes. And the total spacewalk time for all 269 spacewalks. The crew continues to step through the repressurization process. We will remain on air until both crew members are back inside the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. They're safe first, that simplified aid for EVA rescue. Of course, we didn't see that used today. Those will be doffed or removed, and we will stay on air until their helmets are removed today.
All right, we show a good leak check. Check that your glove feeders are off, OFF.
Glove feeders are off.
Check your gloves for contamination and report to Houston.
No contamination for EV2, just the grease that we've already talked about. And EV1 has actually less scuff marks than earlier, it seems, and nothing else.
Houston copies.
Check them out.
Copy. So, warning, if cuff 1 symptoms resolving upon repress, report as cuff 2 to ensure proper DCS treatment. If any DCS, leave O2 actuator in press to maintain hot air suit pressure. All right, so you can take your O2 actuator to IV now.
Copy.
Another satellite handover with the space station, and as you can see, teams in the room are preparing for handover as well. The team leading the spacewalk today has been the Orbit 2 team, and again, as mentioned, this is staffed 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, so the Orbit 3 team will come and replace this team to get some well-deserved rest. O'Hara and McBelly are still in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock as that repressurization continues. Again, a 6-hour, 42-minute spacewalk today, the first for both of them.
Yeah, you're disgusting it. I know. Not fighting this. Yeah. Okay, depressed. Yeah, depressed, and then I've got it. It's like staying kind of down, you know. Yeah, engaged to slide, but then it's not sliding. Me. I wonder if I can. This might be our key. Okay, can you come down towards me? Can you roll to your right so I can get past your BRT? Okay, back down towards me, I mean. Okay, right there. Okay, is that move? What does your display say? Question mark. Okay, if you could just keep pushing it to the left. Yeah, I think it's between us and IV. It's sort of sticky. Yeah, you're up. Is your hand? If you can you put your BRT down? It's just you'd have to roll so I can get to it. I don't know if you can. Okay. Now I can't see, so I'm doing it blind. I can try to. What? Can you see? No. Here, move your hand for a second. How about that? Okay, so that's an IV? EV2 is an IV.
All right, copy. I will continue the repress slowly.
Copy.
So ready to crack the equalization valve if you are.
Ready. Ready.
After holding at 5 pounds per square inch, 5 psi pressure to accommodate some routine leak checks, the repressurization has begun.
PSI, and once we reach, or once DPDT is about 0, then you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Great.
The PSI.
The airlock now over 10 psi as it works its way back up to about 14.7 to equate with the rest of the space station. Also the percentage we're used to here on Earth. Again, today's spacewalk, 6 hours and 42 minutes.
PSI.
Copy, 12.
Now over 13.6 pounds per square inch as repressurization of the crew lock continues.
All right, I think we've equalized. We'll start preparing to open the hatch.
Okay, copy.
With repressurization of the crew lock complete, Mogensen will prepare to open the hatch that separates the crew and equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock. And just as Mogensen and Furukawa assisted the crew in getting suited up this morning, they will assist the crew in doffing or removing their suits as well. And the hatch is now open between the crew and equipment lock. That's NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara being helped back into the equipment lock portion first. As O'Hara and Mogbelli are helped out of their suits, another recap of the tasks accomplished today, a complex spacewalk. First off, Mogbelli removed the...
Would be appreciated. Satoshi, that's in work.
First today, Mogbelli completed removal of the H fixture, which allows for future installation of an IROSA solar array. That's a rollout solar array. Meanwhile, O'Hara worked to remove a trundle bearing assembly, then lubricate the area before installing a new trundle bearing assembly. This is on the solar array rotary joint that help rotate the solar arrays to keep track with the sun. Mogbelli reconfigured an Ethernet cable, and the ground teams confirmed that was successful, and they have no conflicts with a camera that is in that area. O'Hara also completed a get-ahead, reconfiguring the starboard crew equipment translation aid, also known as the CETA cart, working on a brake handle in that area. Ground teams also confirmed that the trundle bearing assembly O'Hara installed today is working as planned. The crew moved on to work on the radio frequency group, but did not have enough time to remove it as was previously planned. But the teams on the ground now have a better understanding of the configuration of that area and will make plans for a future spacewalk.
Jaws and Laurel Houston, you are no longer hot mic'd. Welcome back and congratulations.
Both crew members are back in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Andy Mogensen in the center of the screen. He is current ISS commander and assisting with the suit doffing today. Again, today's spacewalk, 6 hours and 42 minutes. The first spacewalk for both O'Hara and Nobeli.
Houston airlock, PCV position above 3.
Houston copies.
Again, both crew members, Laurel O'Hara and Jasmine McBelly, completing their first spacewalk today in 6 hours and 42 minutes, both back in the airlock and preparing for their helmets to be removed. Receiving some assistance from JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa and ESA's Andy Mogensen.
Airlock Houston on 1 for photo request.
Video on 1.
Hey Satoshi, we have a request for photos of Laurel's headband, so if you could take a few for us, we'd appreciate it.
Pre-ingress.
Closer to the end of the spacewalk, Laurel O'Hara's headband started to slide down a little bit. Teams will photograph that for preparation for any future spacewalks. With Mugbelly's helmet and gloves removed, we are just standing by for Laurel O'Hara's helmet to be removed. Again, these two crew members having completed their first spacewalk, totaling at 6 hours and 42 minutes. And with both crew members, Laurel O'Hara and Jasmine Mugbelly, back inside the International Space Station's Quest airlock and their helmets removed, we are going to wrap up our coverage for today. Again, today's spacewalk for these two, it was both of their first venture outside the hatch, totaled at 6 hours and 42 minutes. A successful spacewalk accomplishing some very complex tasks for the International Space Station, and we look forward to the next opportunity to see the work done outside the hatch. This is Mission Control Houston.
Запускаю СЦУП Москвы в канале СГ-2 для Константина по конфигурации связи.